Mississippi House of Representatives now in session. Please let the House come to order. Please stand as we're led in prayer today by the gentleman from Rankin. Remain standing thereafter for the pledge.
Y'all pray with me, please. Father God, thank you. You are a great and wonderful God that does great things for us. You lead us in our ways when we're in trouble, Lord. You take us to places that we need to be. Lord, just be with us as we work these next few days, work hard and finish out this session for the people of the state of Mississippi. Let us do the right things for the people of the state of Mississippi. Let us do the things that you would have us do, not that we just want to do. Lord, be with us and let us be the blessings to our people that you would have us to be. Thank you for leading us. Thank you for guiding us. Thank you for your word that shows us what to do, Lord. Just be with our soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines, wherever they may be in the world. Lord, take care of them. Give them a sense of purpose and a sense of mission. Lord, just look after their families back home. Thank you for our National Guard that's given so many of these vaccines, Lord, and taking care of our people. Thank you for looking after the leaders, the governor, the speaker, the lieutenant governor. Thank you for looking after all of our leaders, Lord. Just thank you for the blessings you give us. Let us do this day for you. Let us honor you in all that we do. In Jesus' holy name I pray, amen. Face the flag and salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk.
There's a quorum present, Mr.
Thank
Speaker.
you, Mr. Clerk. We'll have the reading of the journal. Gentleman from Rankin moves we dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Report of Select Committee.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Report of Standing Committee.
We have reports on the calendar, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of bills and constitutional amendments. Gentleman from Marion, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of the introduction.
Is there objection? Hearing none, we will do that. Resolution, petition, memorials, and other papers.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
This time we'll have the introductions of guests and visitors. I do not see any. We will go to the calendar. Concurrence or non-concurrence calendar. Any chairman have an item here? Jump from Pike, Mr. Mims.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 1, House Bill 1302, and concur. And Mr. Speaker, I would ask you to recognize the gentleman from Holmes to explain the differences.
Gentleman from Holmes, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, 1302, which was the optometry bill, which we had great debate and a vote on earlier this session. And as y'all know, we passed it and sent it down to the Senate. They continued to have discussions and meetings, and they have modified the bill and sent it back to us. During those discussions and negotiations, the optometrist and the ophthalmologist agreed to settle their differences for the time being. I think I even saw one letter they both signed said they promised they wouldn't be back here for 10 years with regards to scope of practice issues as between their two practices. So basically what the Senate did is we, in our bill, allowed the Board of Optometry to define optometry in Mississippi. They removed that. That was a give, if you will, from the optometrist side. And they removed the pilot program language of our bill and agreed that optometrists would be able to perform that one procedure. So that was the compromise, if you will. Otherwise, it's our bill that basically put us in line with the Tennessee law with regards to scope of practice for optometrists. Mr. Speaker, that's a brief explanation, and I would appreciate the chairman's motion to concur, and I would urge that of this body as well, that we concur and send this on to the governor.
Questions on the motion? I do not see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on a motion to concur for House Bill 1302. If you favor the motion, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 113 yeas and 5 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Ways and Means, passes. Brings us to motion to reconsider calendar. Chairman of County Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 1 on the motion to reconsider Senate Bill 2024, to reconsider the vote by which it was taken for the purpose of an amendment.
Motion is to reconsider the vote. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Bill is back before the House. You recognize for an amendment.
The amendment is simply a reverse repealer to send this bill to conference.
Any questions? I don't see any. If you favor the motion, indicate, if you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Anything further on the bill? Any questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2024. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed to vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 111 yeas and 5 nays, the bill passes. Brings us to the rules calendar. I'm sorry, Gentleman Pike, what purpose you seek recognition?
Item number 2, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Speaker, I move to table Senate Bill 2759.
Motion is to table. Those opposed have 5 minutes. Any opposed? I don't see any. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Brings us to the rules calendar. Okay. Passes. Brings us to the appropriations calendar, page 4, passes. Brings us down to the Ways and Means calendar, page 4. I just saw the chairman. I guess he passes. Okay, that brings us to the general calendar, page 5. First item, Judge B.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd call up item 1, Senate Bill number 2270, and ask, make the usual motion.
Chairman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Be recognized for an amendment, Mr. Speaker.
You're recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen, the amendment is putting in a reverse repealer. That's an explanation of the amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2270. Excuse me, it's the amendment. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Now the bill. I don't see any questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2270.
Just one more.
If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 117 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item. Calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Jim is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this is the exact same bill that we passed in the House. It's coming to us from the Office of State Auditor at his request, just putting a limit on the amount embezzled by a public official that could go into pretrial intervention program, and that limit is $10,000. Just, I think it passed here overwhelmingly, exact same bill, and that's an explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurred on Senate Bill 2552. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 122 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, tourism.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up Senate Bill 2606. I should put my glasses on, I'm just sorry. 2606 and make the usual motion.
Lady calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Ladies recognized.
Thank you. I'd like for the gentleman of Hines to present the bill.
The gentleman from Hines is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, Senate Bill 2606 creates the Native Spirit Law. The definition for the Native Spirit Law is a beverage produced in the state of Mississippi for sale, processing, volume of 51%. The Native Spirit must be registered with the Secretary of State, should have a permit number with the names and address of all local agents. And that is an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Madison, Mr. Bumgar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Gentlemen, are these currently legal or not legal, or what is the current status?
Well, right now it's not, I'm not going to say it's not currently legal, but the current status is that's why we're having this Native Spirit Law.
So will this expand people's ability to get whatever this is, or restrict it, or do we know for sure?
Expansion, no restriction.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurred on Senate Bill 2606. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 117 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
I'd like to skip the next item, Mr. Speaker, 2820.
All right, bring ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
We have a strike all, Mr. Speaker.
You recognize for a strike all.
The strike all for Senate Bill number 2392 is we took the language out and put in the House Bill 992 that we previously passed overwhelmingly. The Senate language broadened the scope of the original request, so we put the original language in. It's the completion of the strike all, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the strike all? I don't see any. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
Move adoption.
I don't see any questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2392. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 114 yeas and 3 nays, the bill passes. Jump from ranking, Mr. Newman. What purpose you seek recognition?
Introduction out of order.
Yes, sir. You're recognized.
In the North Gallery, I'd like to introduce Dr. John Mitchell, Director of Office of Mississippi Physician Workforce, and he has with him one of my constituents, Mr. Casey Spale, is a third-year medical student at UMMC. Would you help me welcome him?
Thank you, Doctor. We appreciate your service today. Brings us to item 6, Judiciary A.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 6 and just pass it and ask that it retain its place on the calendar.
Okay. Any objection? Hearing none, we will do that. Next item.
I'd like to go to item number 7, Mr. Speaker, and the same request. I'd like to pass it and ask that it retain its place on the calendar.
Any objection? Hearing none, we will do that. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 8, Senate Bill 2324. Call it up and make the usual motion.
The lady calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended, bill considered in gross read, third time placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, will you please recognize the gentleman from Lafayette to present the bill?
Gentleman from Lafayette recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Chair, Senate Bill 2324. This is the patent infringement bill that we passed a while back, and we're extending the repealer until July of 2025.
Any questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2324. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 121 yeas, 0 nays. The bill passes. Next
That was
item.
mine. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to item number 9, and I have the same request for Senate Bill 2621. Ask that we pass it and that it retain its place.
Any objection? Hearing none, we will do that. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to item number 10, Senate Bill number 2253. Call it up and make the usual motion.
The lady calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Ladies recognized.
Mr. Speaker, will you please recognize the gentleman from Lafayette to present the bill?
Gentleman from Lafayette.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Chair, Senate Bill 2253 is a concealed carry permit bill. What this does is it allows you to make the notation on your driver's license instead of having to carry 2 cards around the concealed carry permit. You'll be able to identify that on your driver's license, and that is an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? There's one. Gentleman from Newton, Mr. Rush.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
Can you elaborate a little bit? I know it replaces the concealed carry card, but on an enhanced carry situation where they put the sticker on the back of the concealed carry card, how does that differentiate it on the driver's license?
They'll just have a notation, a mark on your driver's license that you have a concealed carry permit.
But what about the enhanced carry side of it? You got the enhanced carry.
This applies to enhanced carry as well, right? Yes, it applies to the enhanced carry as well.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
All right, have another question now. Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
Would this require, sir, a brand-new driver's license, or can they have their current driver's license changed to indicate?
So this runs concurrent with your driver's license. So whenever you would work to go renew your driver's license, you would ask for this designation to be placed on your driver's license as you renew.
Thank you.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine. Madam Clerk, question occurs on Senate Bill 2253. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 120 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
I'd like to
Drug policy.
like to go to item 11, Senate Bill 2119. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
This is the pseudoephedrine bill that passed the House 118-1. It is the exact same language coming from the Senate. It allows a person over the age of 18 to buy a certain amount of pseudoephedrine per day and per month. It is behind the counter. It is not prescription, but it is behind the counter. A person's driver's license is run through the NPLEX system. I think you're all pretty familiar with this process by this point. Again, it's the exact same bill that we passed earlier. Be happy to yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any.
I move final passage.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2119. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 117 yeas and 3 nays, the bill passes. Next item. Accountability.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up Senate Bill 2727.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
This bill has a reverse repealer in it. It needs a lot of work, and we want to get with the Senate down there and work with them on it. I make a pledge to you, it won't come out unless you know everything about it. When I come back, I'll tell you how it is. So we just asked that you to pass
Well,
this
that's
bill.
good. It's a good standard. Jim from Adams, you have a question?
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
This bill changed the way we appoint members to the Board of Archives and History. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And right now, they're appointed by an independent commission. They govern themselves. They don't have any interference from the governors or the legislature. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
This bill would change that, wouldn't it?
Yes, sir, it would.
Would you agree with me that the Department of Archives and History is an institution that operating independently has been a sort of one of our star institutions that has worked well for the state of Mississippi?
Yes, sir.
Do you see any real need for a change that they suggested from the Senate? I'm just asking you personally.
Not as I see in this bill.
So you committing to us that you're going to make sure you monitor and try to maintain as much as we can.
Yes, sir.
But if we don't like the bill in either form, the vote is no. Is that correct? If you don't like the bill, if we don't want any changes, we should vote no.
Yes, sir, you can, but we'll try to keep it in a level that we can agree to.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that.
Jim from Marion, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you.
Yes, sir.
Do we have to have any kind of certain credentials to be on this board? Do we have to be a major in history or anything like that?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Gentleman from Pearl River, Mr. Owen. Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, you yield.
Yes, sir.
Has there been any notice or problem with the Department of Archive and History? Have there
Notice
been
of a problem, you say?
any problems?
Not that I'm aware of.
So has there been any formal complaints or anything?
Not that I'm aware of, but I haven't,
Would you not agree with me that the Department of Archive and History has been nationally recognized for the great work that it's been doing and changing the image of Mississippi?
Yes, sir.
So can you, in your expertise, tell me why we would need to do anything to this organization that has been a beacon of light and hope for this state?
Would you repeat that question?
I said, in your infinite wisdom.
Well, there you got one thing wrong.
Well, I'm trying to give you a bone. Can you tell me why we would want to change an organization or do any damage to an organization that had been a beacon of light and hope to the state of Mississippi?
No, sir, I don't see a need except that we want to put we've got a reverse repealer in this bill already, and we just want to look at it again. And if there is some minute corrections we need to make, then we can make them, and we'll bring it back to you.
Gentlemen, would you agree that when your mother says, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, would you not agree that this seems to be a cliche that needs to be in place right now?
Well, it could be, but the thing about it is there's always room for improvement.
Well, again, would you not agree with me if you make the best biscuits in town, why would you change your recipe?
Well, my wife does, but, she tries different things.
All right, I don't see any further questions. The question occurs on amendment number 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Any questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2727. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. I voted 19 yeas, 103 nays. The bill fails. All right, next item. Accountability.
I'd like to call up Senate Bill 2824.
Gentleman calls the bill up. Moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
This bill creates a line item appropriation transparency act. It provides that the state agencies may not provide a recipient entity of state money from passing through funding unless the state agency enters into a written agreement with the recipient entity. The written agreement requires that the recipient entity to provide the agency with the following: on or before December 31st of each year, a written description and an itemized report detailing the expenditures of the money or the intended expenditure of any state money that has been or has not been expended. Finally, a written itemized report when all the state money is expensed.
Questions on the bill? On the amendment? What is the amendment?
Reverse repealer.
Question occurs on Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Anything further on the bill? Don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2824. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 122 yeas, 0 nays. The bill passes. Next.
Mr. Speaker, can I hold that 2727 on a motion?
Yes, sir. Next item, insurance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House. I'd like to go to that next item, which is 14, Senate Bill 2623, call up the strike all and lieu the original bill.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules to be suspended. Bill considered and engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Please recognize the gentleman from Rankin to handle the bill.
Gentleman from Rankin, recognized, present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, I have Senate Bill 2623, and I have a strike all. Oh, you already called it? Okay. The strike all is just adding a reverse repealer, and the bill is the insurance verification system for common carriers. Just allows law enforcement to know that the vehicle's got insurance. And we're doing a reverse repealer on it. It extends the repealer on that till 2025, and the reverse repealer is for the insurance commissioner wants time to make some kind of change. That's it.
Any questions on the strike all? I don't see any. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
Final passage.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman DeSoto, Mr. Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, yield.
Yes, sir.
In this bill, are we reinstating part of old law that says that if a person is driving without insurance, that they will have their license suspended for a year?
I think that's correct. Yeah. Gentlemen, I don't think we are. The only thing we're doing to this bill is adding a reverse repealer so that we can get with the Public Service Commissioner. Everything else is staying the same. I don't think we're changing that. Yeah, it's not changing that, gentlemen.
All right, thank you, gentlemen.
Sure.
Don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2623. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk, by a vote of 112 yeas, 4 nays. Bill passes. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, the next item is 15, Senate Bill 2631. I'd like to call up the strikeout in lieu of the original bill.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Please recognize the Vice Chairman, the gentleman from Warren, to handle the bill.
Gentleman from Warren, recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, we're just going back to the House version with a strike all and putting a reverse repealer in it to send it to conference. That's my explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Oh, excuse me, it is a strike all. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Now the bill. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2631. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk, by a vote of 112 yeas and 4 nays. The bill passes. Next item.
Item 16, Senate Bill 2332. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is the exact same language that we had in the original House bill. This is dealing with the mitigation plan that we came up with post-Katrina. It has no money. It's the exact same language that we had in the original House bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2332. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 115 yeas and 4 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Next item is 17, Senate Bill 2603. Call it up and make the usual motion, Mr.
Gentleman
Speaker.
calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Recognize the gentleman from Warren.
Gentleman from Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, this deals with total losses on insurance claims that end up at salvage yards. There's nothing in code that deals with it. So we're just codifying that into code. We're also going into saying that they can deal with email. If they have a captive agent, the captive agent, if he has the authority, can sign off on a title as well. So we're just going in there and doing that. A couple years ago, we passed something that says that you cannot have a salvaged vehicle, then bring it back onto the market. This is not dealing with this. This is if it's being salvaged at the yard so they can sell it to a salvage part. That's my explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2603. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 116 yeas and 4 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, we'd like to go to item 18, Senate Bill 2336, and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, we're just extending out the start date on this policy. We passed it a couple years ago, but we did not have a dedicated funding source. We're still working on that. We went around a couple times on it this year. We came pretty close. We feel like we might be able to bring this bill up before the date that we're putting in. So we're just going to push it out for a few years and then bring it back up. That's my explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions? Jump from Scott, Mr. Miles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, how far are we pushing this start date back actually on this bill?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry about that. I'm getting it out now. 2023.
2023. When did we pass this legislation to begin with, though?
I want to say it was 2 years ago.
2 years ago?
Yes.
So that'll be pushing it out 5 more years. Could you give us a little history of what this bill actually does for our law enforcement and firefighters?
Yes, sir. So one of the things that people think is that we're going to buy a plan for each one. We're not going to do that. We're going to insure the claims for them. So this is people that, when they're working in the volunteer fire department, they come down with having developed cancer because of job-related illnesses, that we're going to actually step in and do something for them by covering the claims. So the claims could run somewhere around the neighborhood $250,000 to $300,000 a year. So covering that dollar amount is what we need to do. But if we're going to cover the claims, we need to have a consistent source of revenue for it, because it's going to come at us on a repeated basis.
But it also covers law enforcement officers as well, correct?
That is correct.
From the numbers I've seen, I think these claims are capped around $50,000. So how many states now, how many states don't have a plan like this besides us?
I don't know that answer. I can get that answer for you, but I don't know.
I think we're one of three that still don't have this, but.
I do know that most of them do. The exact number, I'm not sure of.
And I think we've looked at different ways, looking at self-insuring versus, buying an insurance policy plan for the stuff. But I think the way that it's cheaper, as you were saying, to self-insure on these, because it's only like 5 or 6 claims from the numbers that I've received from the Department of Insurance.
That's a good, it's kind of like with health insurance, when you're a self-insured plan, it just works out better if if you can afford to cover the actual claims.
Does this bill have a reverse repealer to give us a little longer in case we get through the session and we're able to come up with a plan to just to give us a little more time to work on it in case if some funding sources do come available, since we're still been in negotiation trying to find those?
No, sir, it does not.
Why do you think? Why would we not put a reverse repealer just to wait till we get out of here, just in case the funding source did not open up? Because if the way that it's written now, it goes straight to the governor, correct?
Yes, sir. So we did go a couple rounds with trying to find the funding on it. We just were not successful this time. We don't believe that it's going to be there. And again, the will of this body, that everybody that talks to me wants this plan. And if we have the funding available, next year we can grab it up, change it, and go live with it. Everybody wants this plan, gentlemen.
Well, I agree.
It's just about the money.
I think it passed 120 to nothing the first time that it passed here. And but if we're going to be here for another 3 weeks and there's still more conversation about finding these plans, wouldn't it just be better to just let it go to conference with the other bills?
I mean, gentlemen, at this point, I do not believe so. I mean, we went around with it a couple times. Everybody's asking for money, and I just don't think the money's going to be there this year for it.
So if we're in the opinion that we should wait for the 3 more weeks, we should vote no, since we're not going to insert a repealer instead of delaying it.
I don't think so, gentlemen. I think this bill got good faith behind it. We're going to extend it out so we're not creating an unfunded mandate, and that's serious for the county that we don't need to mess with. So at this point, I think it's okay. We're moving forward. We are still working on it. It is the goal of this body to do it, and we're going to do it.
But if we didn't pass this bill, what actually happens?
If we didn't pass this bill, then the mandate goes live, and we would have to find the funding for it, or there would be no money there. So we would be creating something that's not there. There'd be no money for it.
Have we not done that before on other things?
Well, gentlemen, I don't know what we've done before, but I wouldn't want to be a part of anything that's not buttoned down, and that there's going to be it. And, the county could be on the hook for it.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time we passed that down.
Yeah, but
I just think that, my opinion, a lot of
you want that, gentlemen.
No, well,
put them on.
I really don't want law enforcement and firefighters not having this benefit, which we promised them 2 years ago.
And we're working on it, gentlemen. But that's when this body passed it. We got to do the rest of it. We're working.
I agree, and that's why I go back to my opinion. If we would just delay it with a reverse repealer to give us 3 more weeks when there's other things out there that are still working, instead of pushing it off for another 3 or 4 years.
Gentlemen, just, no more questions. All right. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2336. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 107 yeas, 10 nays, the bill passes. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If there's no objection, I would like to take up the last insurance bill on the calendar. Specifically, that is item number 44, Senate Bill 2602, call up to strike all in lieu of the original bill.
Is there any objection to taking this bill up out of order? Hearing none, we will do that. Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Please recognize the gentleman from Lafayette to handle the bill.
Gentleman from Lafayette.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, Senate Bill 2602, we are simply doing a strike all, adding a reverse repealer, and inserting the House version in there.
Any questions? I don't see any. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Anything further on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2602. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 114 yeas and 5 nays, the bill passes. Takes us back to item 19 on the calendar, which is military affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up item 19, Senate Bill 2165, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This, ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is exactly what House Bill 187 did. You voted unanimous to pass that. It comes at the request of Director Stacy Pickering, Veterans Affairs. That's the explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2165. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 119 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item. Military affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up Senate Bill 2294 and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules to be suspended. Bill considered and gross, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, we have an amendment at this time.
You're recognized for an amendment.
Give her a copy of the amendment.
This amendment is proposed to amend on lines 49 and 50, and we're going to strike "or equivalent document" and inserting in lieu thereof the following: military retirement identification card, United States Department of Veterans Affairs medical identification card, U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs Veterans ID card, or National Guard Form NGB 22. And that's the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. Recognize the chairman to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill, with the amendment in it, basically, if you're a veteran in this state, you can get the flag designation, the U.S. flag at the bottom of your driver's license to put that on to designate you're a veteran. If you're traveling out of state, hotels, rental cars, things like that give percentages of discounts for veterans. And this is very simple for those folks to show their driver's license, and it makes things, it's a sense of pride for our veterans too, to have that on their driver's license. Mr. Speaker, all that does, that's all that does. And on the amendment, we just basically had 4 items that you could use to get that flag designation, and the gentleman just named those. And with that being said, that's an explanation of the bill.
You for the amendment or against it?
Mr. Speaker, I'm for the amendment.
Okay, very good. Gentleman wish to close on his amendment?
No, sir.
All right. Question occurs on Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
Move final passage.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2294. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Opposed machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 122 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Judiciary A.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 21, Senate Bill number 2624. Call it up and make the usual
The
motion.
lady calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross red the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Ladies recognized.
Mr. Speaker, please recognize the gentleman from Smith to present the bill.
Gentleman from Smith recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment.
You're recognized for an amendment.
Ladies and gentlemen, the amendment to Senate Bill 2624 is adding a reverse repealer, and that's an explanation of the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. In favor of the amendment indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
On the bill, Mr. Speaker, on the bill, ladies and gentlemen, Senate Bill 2624 is a bill that we have passed this past 2 years. And what it does, it provides a mechanism for realtors to have a supersedus in the event they feel aggrieved at the commission's decision. Now, what this bill does, it has a fail-safe provision that states that if a realtor or a broker is dissatisfied with the decision, they can appeal. And with that appeal is a supersedus, meaning the punishment will be stayed. However, the commission within 10 days of the appeal can file a motion asking the court to lift the supersedus in the event they can show by clear and convincing evidence that immediate and irreparable harm will or may occur if the licensee or person aggrieved were to continue operating as a licensee. This bill also provides that a pilot program where the party who has had a complaint filed against them can ask that the Attorney General appoint an administrative hearing officer. This bill is supported by the Mississippi Realtors Association, and that's the explanation of the bill.
Questions? Jump from Tallahatchie, Mr. Rosebud.
Would the gentleman yield?
I will.
Gentlemen, will you explain to me what type of complaints could occur with this situation?
It can be anything from a realtor putting a sign out too early, a for sale sign out too early. It can involve embezzlement. It can involve numerous things. But what this bill does is, at any extreme, from the slightest violation to the most extreme violation, it provides a supersedus upon appeal. And every state around us has this language to where it stays the punishment. Upon the appeal, it stays the punishment unless the commission can show irreparable harm to the public. And for example, let me give you an example. There was a case back in 2015, Miss Rita McIntosh. She had contacted an appraiser because the seller felt like the appraiser that they were using was not doing their job. The commissioner conducted the investigation. He filed the complaint. He testified as an expert witness, and they suspended her license for 8 months. She appealed it. Well, the punishment went on. She couldn't stay the punishment. The Supreme Court, in its decision, said that the commissioner and the commission has the authority to regulate real estate business conducted in the state and has the authority to adopt rules and regulations necessary for the conduct of that business. But they said it must do so with adequate specificity and notice to its licensees that comports with due process. This is a due process issue. It protects the public, it protects the real estate agent, the licensee, and the brokers. And so it depends on what the allegations are. If it's going to create a harm to the public, then yes, the commission can file a petition with the court within 10 days saying, hey, this individual committed a crime, and if they can show by clear and convincing evidence, then the supersedis is lifted.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay. If there's no further questions, move final passage.
There's one more, gentlemen.
Okay.
Jim from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Gentlemen, yield, please.
Yes, sir.
My concern simply is this. The administrative officers to do the hearing, who are they? Who appoints them? What experience do they have in terms of a hearing and an appeal or whatever the case may be?
They're an attorney with the Attorney General's office. The Attorney General, now it's the option, the individual, and like I said, it's a pilot program and it goes through 2020.
Well, when you confine it, explain as to the qualification of these hearing officers and who are they? Because it may be a situation where the fox is guarding the hen house.
I'm sorry, would you say that again?
I said, I want to know the background or the experience or the expertise of the administrative hearing officers in this case. Are they realtors as well or what?
What they are is they're attorneys through the Attorney General's office. If a licensee requests the option for an administrative hearing officer, then the Attorney General will appoint an individual with the Attorney General's office.
Okay, that answers the question. Thank you, gentlemen.
Jim from Washington, Mr. Hine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, you yield.
Yes, sir.
I apologize. I had to step out across the hall for a second. Did we put a reverse repeal in this bill?
We did.
Okay, that's all I need to know. Thank you.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2624. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 118 yeas and 2 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 22 and move that we pass it. The Senate has taken up the House bill.
All right, we'll do that. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 23, Senate Bill number 2205, and move that we lay it on the table, subject to call.
Okay, we got to call it up first, lady.
I'm sorry,
Lady calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Lady moves to lay the bill on table subject to call. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Bill is laid on the table.
I'd like to go to item number 24, Mr. Speaker, Senate Bill number 2627, and I'd like to pass this bill as well. The Senate has taken up the House bill.
Okay.
I'd like to go to item number 25, Senate Bill number 2638, and make the usual motion.
Lady calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Ladies recognized.
Mr. Speaker, will you please recognize the gentleman from Lee to present the bill?
Gentleman from Lee, recognized, present the bill.
Do you need this?
We need to take up the strike, all right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Chairman. We have a strike all that we need to take up.
You're recognized to present strike all.
All right. What the strike all does is we are removing some language on line 40, 48, and 49 to remove the sentence that says this certification is made under penalty of perjury. And we are also including a reverse repealer in this. That's a strike all.
Questions on the strike all? I do not see any. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
Well, my explanation of the bill is this is a solution to a problem that was realized when we passed the e-notary bill last year. The e-notary law went into effect, but not all of our counties were able to comply. There are only 30 counties that have the ability to do this. So what this piece of legislation is doing is it fixes the problem that with the counties that are not able right now to have e-notary abilities. So we just made a process for them to be able to comply with the law. And that's my explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2638. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 119 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 26, Senate Bill 2076. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman recognized.
Thank you, sir. This is a Mississippi Fire Commission. It simply removes the repealer, and we're making it under the Department of Agriculture foregoing. Also revises the advisory committee to add Alcorn State University to that council. That's the explanation of the bill, sir.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2076. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 119 yeas, 3 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to skip item 27 and go to item 28, Senate Bill 2072, and call up a strike call in lieu of the original bill.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Pearl River to explain the strike call.
Gentleman from Pearl River, recognized, present the strike call.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Speaker. This is the pecan harvesting law bill. This is not the same bill that many of us heard about a couple of weeks ago. The strike all provided for the creation of a study committee to be created this summer with appointments made by the Speaker and the Governor, et cetera, to study the issues that are facing our pecan farmers in the state, and then to bring recommendations to us regarding what legislation, if any, we could pass to rectify their concerns. There are no criminal penalties. There's nothing criminal in this bill at all. It's simply a study committee to determine the issues facing our pecan farmers in Mississippi. And that's an explanation of the bill and the strike call, Mr. Speaker.
Questions? Gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, gentlemen. Gentlemen, yield.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, I just want some assurances that the House is firm in its position, that the study committee is where they want to go, that we don't get to, are you pretty confident we won't get to Congress to revert back to felony and criminal penalties in this bill?
I'm pretty confident of that.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see any further questions. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
No, Mr. Speaker.
I don't see any questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. The question occurs on Senate Bill 2072. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 61 yeas, 56 nays, the bill passes. Next item, workforce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to Senate Bill 2124.
Okay, you want to call it up?
Yes, sir.
Chairman calls bill up, moves the rules be suspended, bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye, opposed nay, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I move to table the strike all.
Motion is to table the strike all. Those opposed have 5 minutes. Any opposed? I don't see any. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Strike all is tabled. We're back on the original bill.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this goes back to the original version that we passed earlier in the House. It just clarifying language for MDS, and that's an explanation of the bill.
Questions? Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Thank you. Gentlemen, since we just have the strike all in front of us, can you tell us what the clarifying language was?
Yes, ma'am. The clarified language is, it defines what unemployment is and what wages is. It also clarifies what is administrative leave and what is not. It allows MDS to determine if an employer's report is incorrect or insufficient. It also clarifies from U.S. Treasury to the Department of Revenue for Mississippi. And it clarifies what is STUTA dumping, which is where an employer will deliberately transfer employees to avoid paying their unemployment tax. And that's an explanation.
Okay, and so gentlemen, on the strike all then, we're saying that, what is the original language for unemployment in the original language?
It is the original language. The strike all, we had added the workforce bill on the House side and a reverse repealer.
So this language in the strike all is the language in your?
It is the language.
So the language on the administrative is also the language that we're reading in here is also the same?
Yes.
Okay. All right then, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2124. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 117 yeas and 4 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, I call up Senate Bill 2521.
Chairman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I move to table the strike all.
Motion is to table. Those opposed have 5 minutes. Any opposed? I do not see any. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Mr.
Back on
Speaker,
the original bill.
This brings us back to the original bill. This is a bill that helps one specific company that was left out due to an employee leaving MDA. It just allows this company to take advantage of the tax incentive of moving their corporate headquarters. This just occurred in January of 2020. So this just clarifies it that company can qualify for those tax incentives. And that's an explanation of the bill.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2521. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 117 yeas and 3 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, I call up Senate Bill 2827.
Chairman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I have a substitute strike all.
We need to dispose of that first strike all, gentlemen, if you'll just move the table.
I move to table the first strike all.
Those opposed to have 5 minutes. Any opposed? I don't see any. If you favor the motion to table, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Now you need to offer your second strike all or an
Mr. Speaker, I
amendment.
offer the amendment as a second strike all.
You recognize.
Ladies and gentlemen, all we're doing on the second strike all is we're adding the IHL language that we originally added on the House side, and we're changing the effective date from after passage instead of July 1. And that's an explanation of the strike all.
Questions on the strike all? I don't see any. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
Final passage, Mr.
Any
Speaker.
questions on the bill? Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Thank you. Gentlemen, can you go to, I guess it's line 566, but the Pathways Program, the Technical Education Pathways Program?
Lady, we had deleted that by eliminating the strike all. That's not part of the bill now.
Okay, so we're not doing that at all?
Not in this bill, no ma'am.
We have another bill coming?
Yes, we have the bill on the Senate side right now.
Thank you.
Don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question recurs on Senate Bill 2827. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 114 yeas, 7 nays, the bill passes. Next item, accountability.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up item 32, Senate Bill 2689.
Chairman calls the bill up, moves the rules to be suspended, bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
This bill simply increases the charge for the state auditor performing audits and other services for counties and other people, other agencies. Increases from $35 per hour to $50 per hour. It's common that an outside auditor would charge $100 per hour, so this helps the auditor keep his expenses under control, and it doesn't hurt the people that he's doing it for.
Question? Madam Clerk indicates you have an amendment. Gentlemen, do you have an amendment?
We have a reverse repealer.
Okay. Amendment is a reverse repealer. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
No, move final passage.
I don't see any questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2689. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk, by vote 199 yeas, 19 yeas, nays. The bill passes. Next item.
I'd like to call up item 33, Senate Bill 2816.
Chairman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
We added a reverse repealer in committee, so that would be an amendment.
Okay, amendment is reverse repealer. Any questions on the amendment? I don't see any. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Think further on the bill.
To explain the bill, it authorizes the Department of Revenue to pay their appraisers the same as the county appraisers once they've gone through some of the recertification or greater certification. So it's basically them being able to pay their appraisers the same as the county appraisers.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2816. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 112 yeas, 9 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Judiciary B.
Mr. Speaker, I'd ask that we pass 34 and ask that it just retain its place on the calendar.
Okay. Any objection? Hearing none, we'll do that. Next item.
And I'd call up item 35, Senate Bill 2569. Make the usual motion.
The gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Next item. Excuse me, you're recognized.
Would you recognize the lady from Madison to handle the bill?
Lady from Madison, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Chairman. Recognized for an amendment, please.
You're recognized.
It's to take the reverse repealer out. Senate Bill 2569 makes it unlawful for a person to sell, give away, distribute, market, transport into the state human or synthetic or urine additives for the intent of interfering with the results of a drug or alcohol screening test. Upon conviction, a person would be guilty of a misdemeanor, fine of $1,000, imprisonment for 6 months, or both. That's an explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I will yield for questions except for you.
Jim from Washington, Mr. Hine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlelady Yield,
Of course.
is there a reverse repealer in this one?
Give me a. We relieved it. That's enough. I move for final passage, Mr. Speaker.
Lady yields the podium.
Passage.
Question on the amendment. Recognize it is just reverse repealer, wasn't it? Okay. All right. In favor of the amendment indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Anything further on the bill? Okay. Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Phelps, you have a question.
Mr. Speaker, she already left, so I don't know how I'm going to ask her, but I was going to ask her if it was a repeat off of what she did last year.
Yeah, I got you.
But she left.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. We need to move to final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2569. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By about 104 yeas, 10 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 36, Senate Bill number 2792. I'd call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman recognized.
Mr. Speaker, there was a committee amendment that added a reverse repealer. I think the procedure is to table that amendment.
Motion is to table. Those opposed have 5 minutes. Any opposed? I don't see any. If you favor the motion indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Amendment is tabled.
Would you recognize the gentleman from Pearl River to handle the bill?
Gentleman from Pearl River.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, 2 years ago, the legislature approved the Fresh Start Act to ensure that no one will be disqualified from a licensed occupation because of a prior criminal conviction unless the crime directly relates to the duties and responsibilities for that occupation. The 2019 law only applied to a few types of licenses. This bill will expand that to include all licenses, maintaining the provision that allows licensure boards to define if the crime relates to the profession in which they're issuing those licenses. For instance, if someone was convicted of embezzlement, the Board of Accountancy could refuse to give them a license, but the barber board could not, unless, of course, it had other reason that would cause them to deny that applicant. Boards won't be able to exclude people for all crimes categorically, but they will be able to define which crimes relate to their particular professions. Also, if a board already has a process for hearings and appeals, they can keep that process as it is. A person may ask a board if their crime would disqualify them in advance, so that if they want to pursue a particular career, they know in advance not to spend the money getting educated in that field if they can't get the license. This bill passed the Senate unanimously, and that's an explanation of the bill. I'll yield for questions.
The lady from Pearl River, Ms. Wilkes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a point of order.
Okay, state your point of order.
It's amended by reference, which is against House rules.
Okay, please put in writing what you have and bring it forward. We'll set the bill aside and let the legal counsel take a look at it. All right, brings us to number 37.
Mr. Speaker, number 37, I'd ask to just pass that and retain its place on the calendar, please.
Any objection? Okay, we will do that.
And number 38, Senate Bill number 2282, same as before. I'd call it up, make the usual motion.
Chairman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
And same as before, we had put a reverse repealer in committee. I wanted to just table that amendment.
Motion is to table. Those opposed have 5 minutes. Any opposed? I don't see any. Favor the amendment, the motion indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Amendment is tabled.
If you would recognize the gentleman from Harrison to handle the bill.
Gentleman from Harrison, recognized, present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill just simply states that no child under the age of 12 shall be committed to the state training school. Currently, it's 10, and we're changing it to 12. Move for final passage. I yield for questions.
If there are any. Any questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2282. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas and 1 nay, bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd call up next item, Senate Bill 2434, item number 39, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
And I have an amendment.
Okay, you're recognized.
The amendment's just adding a reverse repealer. This is, let's do that and then I'll explain it. Just a reverse repealer, Your Honor.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
This comes to us at the request of the Commissioner of the Department of Public Safety. Again, it's just transferring the Capitol Police over under his authority. It was a part of the big omnibus bill that we passed earlier, but this bill, I'm told, had a little bit more code sections that the Commissioner needed, and that's the purpose of putting in the reverse repealer and talking this through conference. So that's an explanation of the bill.
Questions, Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
A few years ago, we gave the Capitol Police the authority to patrol the general area around the Capitol. How does this impact that authority?
They'll have the same ability to do that. It's not going to impact their jurisdiction in any way.
Will this increase their opportunity to partner with the city of Jackson to help provide services as well?
It's not going to, let me answer that this way. It's not going to inhibit it in any way.
All right. Thank you, Jim.
Gentleman DeSoto, Mr. Hale.
Thank you, gentlemen. You.
Yes, sir.
I think what the guy from Washington was talking about, the Capitol complex, but also in doing this, the Capitol Police are down on a lot of equipment, from riot gear like what happened on January 6th? Is the DPS ready to put that money into it?
I'm assured that they are. I've asked those similar questions regarding our security here, not only the security here at the Capitol, but also the other state agencies that they would have jurisdiction and patrol, if you will, over. And I'm assured that DPS is ready to accept that challenge, and this is going to make it easier for them, I believe, them being Capitol Police.
Okay, even the two buildings that are south of here, Hattiesburg and down on the coast?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
I guess, gentlemen, since these Capitol Police have been so good to us here and have done an excellent job under the Department of Finance and Administration, I guess my question to you is why? Why would we move our Capitol Police who are under the Department of Finance and Administration and who have served us well and who have protected us and that we have excellent relationships with, and I'm just trying to figure out how does it benefit us to move them under the Department of Public Safety when it seems to me DPS has an awful lot of responsibility right now. You know, we can't get autopsies, they got a lot of stuff going on. So I'm trying to figure out why would they want to take over the Capitol Police? Can you tell us that?
My understanding, it's just a streamline of law enforcement agencies throughout the state, and I think the goal is to try to do that with other agencies, and that's what the omnibus bill does, is it moves not only this one, it moves Department of Agriculture over, it moves, I think, some Department of Child Protection Services, some of their investigators over. It's just a streamlining of state agencies. Like I said, this was in the omnibus bill, but that I'm told there were some code sections that were not included in an omnibus bill. That's why we needed a standalone bill. But to answer your question, yes, Capitol Police do a marvelous job and terrific job protecting us, and this is just a situation to where we're just trying to streamline state agencies.
Okay, then I guess my last question to you then is, since we both agree that they do a fantastic job, isn't the job that the Capitol Police that they perform uniquely different from these other entities that they're trying to streamline? I mean, isn't their responsibility for the Capitol complex different from all of these other law enforcement agencies? Number one, they have to deal with the public, and that is an absolute reflection on us. But that's the first thing that they do, not only protecting all of these state buildings and the activities that go on in the state buildings. I guess I'm just trying to figure out why DPS would want to take on that additional responsibility when they got so much going on now that they can't, quite get their arms around.
All right. Well, I think yes, Capitol Police is uniquely situated, as is every law enforcement agency in the state. Every law enforcement agency has different unique situations and unique responsibilities, whether it be the Highway Patrol, who patrols and is basically our state police, or whether it be the Department of Public's DHS, who's investigating crimes against children, or the state auditor's office, who's investigating crimes of public integrity, or the Attorney General's office. They're all uniquely situated in what they do, and they're all uniquely as important, as I think you will agree, lady, that they are. But again, they all have the same foundation of creating an environment that is conducive to public safety. And that environment of being conducive to public safety is why I think the commissioner wants to put this under the Department of Public Safety and keep everything kind of streamlined and everybody pulling the rope in the same direction.
Thank you, John. I'm going to vote for that.
The lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Quick question. Are they going to be under the Highway Patrol PERS after this?
No, I don't believe so. I'll find that out for you. I'll ask. I don't think so. I think all that stuff remains the same, though.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was trying to find this. You're moving several agencies under the Department of Public Safety.
Not in this bill, but yes, we did that earlier in the session. We had a big omnibus public safety bill.
So where does wildlife and fisheries officers, where do they fall in this endeavor that you were trying to do?
I think that they are given the ability to contract with the Department of Public Safety, meaning that the commissioner can enter into contract services with them to basically, for lack of a better word, gentlemen, deputize them to act as his deputy, if you will.
So you do realize the wildlife and fishery officers are responsible for our special tactics for this state, right? You do know that they've done an outstanding job standing on their own and have been ranked nationally. So
as a lot of agencies have, but my understanding from the commissioner, he's vetted this with all those agencies and they're all on board.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yale?
Yes, sir.
I have two concerns, and first of all, this move will undoubtedly cost the state several million more dollars because the Capitol Police salaries are not nearly aligned with the Highway Patrol personnel salaries. So there is a tremendous physical impact from this move, obviously. Secondly, it seems to me that the Capitol Police are going to have to be retrained because they have been trained to enforce the law in a kind of like a very humanity type way, you know, and showing people this and escorting people here and meeting and greeting and all this kind of stuff from a civic standpoint. And they're going to have to be transferred to the public safety. That's going to require retraining, I guess, of these officers as well. So have you considered these two?
I understand your questions, and I appreciate that. Number one, about the
salaries,
the salary, and number two, about the training. It's my understanding. It's just they're just moving under the umbrella of the Department of Public Safety. They're not becoming highway patrol or troopers or anything like that. They're not becoming anybody that needs any additional training. They're already, in my understanding, they're already certified officers.
They're certified officers.
And their duties are not going to be changing. They're just going to have a different, fall under the umbrella and under the protection of the Department of Public Safety.
Well, I've heard somebody say earlier, if it's not broke, don't fix it. And this is one of the situations where I certainly agree with that statement.
I understand. And keep in mind, gentlemen, as well as whole body, there is a reverse repealer in this as well.
The lady from Hines, Ms. Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
I heard you say that there would not be any additional certifications required for the Capitol Police. Would their role be expanded in any way to where the current Capitol Police may, have loss of employment because of the transfer?
This bill does not address that. The bill simply moves them over the Department of Public Safety. That would be an issue that would be left up to, I guess, the commissioner at that point. I'm told, I don't anticipate, it's just simply streamlining the government.
And so the Capitol Police the Capitol Complex Improvement District, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Which expands all the way to Millsaps College, Jackson State University, a huge area, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And so the Capitol Police would then have jurisdiction under DPS to arrest individuals throughout that area.
Whatever their current jurisdiction is what they would have. It's not changing anything to that effect. It's like I said.
So currently they do not have the ability to arrest.
Okay.
I'm asking.
They would have, I think they have the, Well, whatever their current ability is, and that's a question that I can't answer, if they have that ability to arrest. My understanding, I thought they were certified officials, I thought they had that ability, but if I can find that out for you, I'm not sure. But my understanding of this is that this is not changing their duty, this is not changing anything that they're doing, it's simply just moving them over to a different state agency.
And so with the ability to arrest, where would they detain those individuals?
Whatever they do now, that they send them to the city of Jackson or Hinds County?
I don't think they do.
Okay, I thought they sent them to downtown Jackson, but maybe wrong.
I think there's a consent decree in place where the city of Jackson is not detaining those who have been allegedly or accused of misdemeanor crimes.
Okay, you may know more about that than I do, but I've always under the understanding that if they did send them to jail, it was in this jail downtown.
So if they have the ability to arrest and they are detaining those individuals and not detaining them in the city of Jackson or Hinds County, and they're sending them to other counties, then DPS would be paying for those individuals to be sent to other counties?
As far as transporting them over there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And keeping them.
Right.
So that would be a contract between,
Yes, and the bill gives them the ability to make those contracts, as does the omnibus bill, which isn't before us, but it was discussed in the big omnibus bill.
okay, thank you.
Gentleman Kemper, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, I think you answered my question on the lady from Hines. I was thinking this would give them statewide jurisdiction. That way they could help the Highway Patrol. Say if we travel across the state, they could help the Highway Patrol across the state protect us and any other official needed to protect it.
I think ultimately that's going to be left up to the commissioner and his power to be at the department, but certainly I don't know that that's out of the realm of possibility.
Okay, because I remember last year we had I know one senator about got ambushed at a rally up there in northeast Mississippi, and he would have needed some help. So, well, I was just trying to get him some help.
I understand. We're all about helping.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurred on Senate Bill 2434. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 97 yeas, 19 nays. Bill passes. Next item.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The next one is item number 40, Senate Bill number 2117. I'd call it up, make the usual motion.
Chairman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Chairman recognized.
All right, this bill, we did, Mr. Speaker, I'd be recognized for an amendment, a strike-all amendment.
You're recognized.
On the strike-all amendment, ladies and gentlemen, what we did was we put in our habitual offender language, which was the bill that we passed like 111 to 4. It's the exact same bill. It has which is, having a 15-year look back, creating making sure that the instant offense is a crime of violence for someone to get life in prison, and that's an explanation of the strike-all amendment and the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the strike-all? I don't see any. If you favor the strike-all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
And that does have a reverse repealer in it too, Mr. Speaker, but that's it, final passage.
Questions? Gentleman from Fayette, Mr. Williams.
Do you yield?
Yes, sir.
I just want to clarify, is this correcting law going forward for future offenders or erasing going back?
Retroactivity, there's some language of which was in the original bill and this. The retroactivity, and this is how that works in theory. Of course, it's something we hadn't done yet because it's not law, but in theory, the way that it was work is if someone who is in a situation would have benefited for this law then yes, they can petition the court for potential parole eligibility. For example, let's take the case that I've talked about before, that of Tamika Drummer from Alcorn County. She is doing life on a felony possession of marijuana. If this bill went into law and someone in her same situation was pulled over in Corinth with a felony possession of marijuana and could be doing life, they would not do life under this bill. All right, they would do the maximum time as prescribed by law. She would be eligible, Tamika Drummer now would be eligible for some relief, but she has to go back and petition the court to do that, so that the judge would have the final say.
So this individual would need somebody to represent them and a judge to hear the case. Where would the victim of whatever offense it was come into play during this process?
Well, in order to do that, and that's a good question and a fair question, in order to file any type of petition like that, you put the DA on notice. You put the district attorney on notice. We do that with all of our pleadings, just attach a certificate of service on the back of it. The DA is then put on notice. Every district attorney's office in the state has a victims' rights coordinator. It's their job to let them know about that. But in a situation like I explained, like Tamika Drummer, where it was just a simple drug charge, there wouldn't be a victim that would, I guess, be applicable to that. Most of the victims are then going to be associated to some type of violent offense, and they would not be eligible under this.
I do understand that most would maybe fall in that category, but there's a few out there that are also going to be in this category. So it's my concern that the victim would have to be on their toes, even though they thought they were going to be locked up for a certain period of time, but now they're not sure. And they just have to wake up each morning questioning whether the law was the law or the law is going to be changed for the offender in the past. So is that the case? Does a victim need to be concerned now that they're going to be let out?
I think the victim needs to be. Well, let me answer this way. All right, currently people are being let go out of the Department of Corrections without any type of oversight. They're being letting go administratively by the Department of Corrections. That's not something that we're doing. That's not something, that's just through the administrative office of the Department of Corrections they're being let go without the victims knowing about it. Some of the stuff that we're doing in criminal justice reform and the stuff like this is we're giving the victims a right. Like in this case I just explained to you, you have a petition which is filed, and that petition is then turned over to the district attorney's office. I've heard this claim from the district attorney about victims, and we don't want to tell our victims that the law is changing. Well, in this situation, we're giving them the notice. It's then on the district attorney's office for them to tell their victims. And I think you're kind of putting the cart before the horse a little bit, because this bill doesn't really have to do with, in most situations, a victim. But to answer your question, they're being turned loose right now. Some of the stuff that we're doing, myself and the gentleman from Grenada, that we're looking at doing, is we're providing victims with more notice, and we're giving victims more of a voice, just like in this bill, gentlemen.
I understand your concern, and I know you have the best interest of those that are represented in mind, and I'm all for changing the laws that need to be changed, but I just have a problem with it being retroactive to those that broke the law. And I guess that wasn't a question. I apologize. I'm done. Thanks.
Jim from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, is it not true that sometimes children do things that they're not cognizant of the ramifications of their actions, and this would also allow them to have a second chance at the bite at the apple for quality of life?
Yes, sir.
Is it not true that when a person is being considered under the premise that you're providing for us, that the sheriff is notified, the DA is notified, and the victim of those violent crimes have to be notified?
Yeah, there's a lot of safeguards in place.
All right, so gentlemen, would this not ensure that someone who possibly was hanging out with the wrong group, and you know how situations happen, everybody get lumped up in one big charge, somebody who possibly could have not been innocent, just riding in the car, get a second chance to have a quality of life.
That's right. And let me go a step further about this. In theory, okay, this is all theoretical that we're talking about, but this is what has to happen is the person who could be eligible for the retroactivity, they've got to petition the court to do that. And then the court's got to grant them the ability to become parole eligible. So not only do you have the DA looking at it, not only do they have a judge, once they pass that, they still got to go before the parole board. So there's a lot of layers here of protection.
Gentlemen, are we also aware that because of these juveniles, they have to have a mental health assessment to see where they are and stable in their cognitivity and all that stuff?
Yes, sir.
All right, so thank you, gentlemen. I think it's a good piece of legislation.
I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2117. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? You close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote of 118 yeas and 3 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the last bill, I just want to pass it and ask that it retain its place on the calendar.
Any objection? I don't hear any. All right. Announcements, Mr. Clerk. Announcements, Madam Clerk. Announcements by the members. Jump from Jefferson, Mr. Harness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like unanimous consent to change my vote on Senate Bill 26, Item 21, 2624 from nay to yea.
I didn't quite get that, gentlemen. Item which one?
21.
21,
Yeah.
Senate Bill
2624.
2624 from what now?
Nay to yea.
Nay to yea. Any objection? Change the gentleman's vote. Jump from lead, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to unanimous consent to change my vote on Senate Bill 2072 from yea to nay, and also my desk mate.
Which would desk mate?
Jump.
Okay. Any objection? Change the vote. Jump from DeSoto, Mr. Criswell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With unanimous consent, I'd like to change my vote on from yesterday on Senate Bill 2759 from yea to nay.
Any objection? Change your vote. Jump from Covington, Mr. Sanford.
We adjourn it for the day, Mr. Speaker.
No, sir.
Okay.
Jump from Pike, Mr. Mims.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hold Senate Bill 2746 on a motion, please.
Okay, we can do that. Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With unanimous consent, I would like to change my vote on yesterday's calendar, Senate Bill 2759, from yea to nay.
Any objection? Change the gentleman's vote.
Thank you. And one more, Senate Bill 2727 on today's calendar from yea to nay, and hold 2072 on a motion, please.
Any objections? Changing the vote. Change, don't hear any. Jump from Pike, Mr. Mims, you have something further? Okay. Jump from Mitawamba, Mr. Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like with unanimous consent to change my vote on Senate Bill item number 19, Senate Bill 2165 from present to A.
From present to what?
A.
Aye. Okay. Change the gentleman's vote. Jump from Jackson, Mr. Busby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request unanimous consent to change my vote on today's general calendar, item number 28, Senate Bill 2072, from yea to nay.
Any objection? Change the gentleman's vote. Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to change my vote and my desk mate's vote on Senate Bill 2420. This was on yesterday's calendar. And I'd like to change my vote from yes to no. And I inadvertently voted my desk mate, but he should have been voted present. So I'd like to change his vote from yes to present.
Any objection? Change your vote. Jump from Alcorn, Mr. Bain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I hold item number 1 on the general calendar, Senate Bill number 2270 on a motion?
Yes, sir. Jim from Hines, Mr. Stamps.
Speaker, I request unanimous consent to change my vote on Senate Bill 2223 on yesterday's calendar from nay to yay.
Any objection? Change your vote. Jim from Scott, Mr. Miles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hold number 18 on the calendar today, Senate Bill 2336, the First Responder Act.
Okay, we can do that. Jim from Prentice, Mr. Turner.
Request, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to change my vote on number 1 on the motion to reconsider Senate Bill 2024 from a yay to nay.
Any objection? Change Jim's vote. Jim from Tate, Mr. Lamar.
Thank you. I'm guilty as well, Mr. Speaker. Item 122727, I would ask to be able to change my vote from yes to no.
Any objection? All right, Jim from Jackson, Mr. Busby.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to hold item 28, Senate Bill 2072 on a motion.
Okay, we can do that. Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to hold item 39, Senate Bill 2434 on a motion, please.
Okay, we can do that.
Thank you.
Any further announcements? Don't see any. Recognize the gentleman from Holmes for the motion. Let's try 2 o'clock, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move the House stand in recess until 2 p.m.
Heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. House in recess till 2 p.m. Please let the House come to order. We will return to the calendar. Ladies and gentlemen, the Chairman of Ways and Means has requested to go back and take up his calendar, so we're going to go back. Actually, we'll go back to the beginning. The concurrence or non-concurrence calendar, there's an item on there Ways and Means has. Do you wish to make a motion on that yet, gentlemen?
No, sir, not yet.
All right. We will go down then to the Ways and Means calendar, which begins on page 4.
We'll call up item 1, Senate Bill 2435.
It's been read the third time. You're
I
recognized.
believe everything has been read the third time.
They
Mr.
have
Speaker.
been, yes, sir. Your capable vice chairman did that for you yesterday.
Would ask that the gentleman from
Jackson
be recognized.
Gentleman from Jackson recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House. Senate Bill 2435 basically has the same language that we passed earlier in House Bill 1091. If you remember, it's increasing the alcohol content so that we can have some of these new products, like we call RTDs, the ready-to-drink products like High Noon and Canteen. We did put a reverse repealer in it to kind of work out the details, and that's pretty much an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. It's a strike all. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Anything further on the bill? I don't see any questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2435. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 101 yeas, 17 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, the next item, item number 2 on the Ways and Means calendar, Senate Bill 2437. I'd like to call it up and make the usual motion.
It's been read the third time, gentlemen.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is the annual specialized car tag bill. We did put a reverse repealer in it, so we still have time. If you get a late request, we have about a week and a half that we will be willing to work with you and get that request put into the final conference report. That's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the strike all? I don't see any. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill? I don't see any questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2437. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 118 yeas and 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Gentlemen, you took my notes. Can you kindly return those? Thank you. Mr. Speaker, we would skip items 3 and 4, move to item 5, Senate Bill 2804, call that bill up.
You recognize.
This particular bill deals with the delivery service permits that we've already passed in the House. This is the Senate version. There is a strike-off for the bill that adds a reverse repealer and it places therein the House language, as well as adds a local option for Sunday sales in cities. If a city wants to allow a package store to open on Sundays, then that city would have the authority to allow that locally. That's an explanation.
Questions on the strike-off? I don't see any. If you favor the strike, all indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
No, sir.
I don't see any questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2804. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 97 yeas and 23 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Item 6, Senate Bill 2806, call that bill up.
You're recognized.
This bill has a strike-all and essentially just inserts, actually verbatim inserts our House Bill 997 language that this body passed overwhelmingly earlier this year regarding removing ABC from the liquor warehouse business. That's an explanation.
Questions on the strike-all? I don't see any. If you favor the strike-all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
No, sir.
I don't see any questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2806. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 107 yeas and 9 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Yes, sir. The next item is item 7, Senate Bill 2807. Call that bill up.
You recognized?
This particular bill, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Speaker, deals with the alcohol beverages. This is a bill that we passed earlier. I had a House version of this bill. There was a deletion of longstanding law last year that allowed the sale of alcohol in cities, qualified resort areas, and/or certain pre-approved clubs. And so that language was removed from the law last year, and so this would be inserting that language there that has been our longstanding policy. That's an explanation of the strike-all.
Any questions? I don't see any. If you favor the strike-all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
No, sir.
I don't see any questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. The question occurs on Senate Bill 2807. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 99 yeas, 17 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Yes, sir. Senate Bill 2830, item 8. We call that bill up.
You recognize?
This bill has a strike-all and inserts the House position, which was extending the repealer for 3 years. I believe the Senate took it to 1 year, and so this strike-all maintains the House position.
Questions on the strike-all? I don't see any. If you favor the strike-all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
No, sir.
I don't see any questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurred on Senate Bill 2830. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 115 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
The next item is number 9, Senate Bill 2831, and we call that bill up.
You recognize?
This is the historic historic structure income tax credit bill. The Senate version thereof has substantial differences from what we passed. This is a strike-all that inserts the House language that we've already passed overwhelmingly earlier this session.
Any questions? I don't see any. If you favor the strike-all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2831. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 110 yeas and 5 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Next, Mr. Speaker, we would go to item 10, Senate Bill 2832. Call it up.
You recognized?
This bill is a bill that we did not have a similar bill of in the House. This particular bill, and therefore I have not spent as much time with this bill, but this extends a manufacturing job tax credit for upholstered household furniture manufacturing. The Senate has requested that we concur in extending the repealer from 22 to 26. I think we need some additional time to meet with the Senate chairman who I've not been able to meet with yet on this particular bill and see the need for that. And so the strike all inserts a reverse repealer into their bill. That's an explanation.
Questions? I don't see any. If you favor the strike, all indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question recurs on Senate Bill 2832. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 121 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Item 11, Senate Bill 2839, would call that bill up.
You recognize.
This is a very similar explanation to the previous bill. This is a Senate bill that creates the Smart Business Accelerate Initiative and distinguished from the Smart Business Rebate. That didn't make a lot of sense to me either. And so I need some additional time to meet with the Senate chairman on this. We have not had that time. This bill inserts a reverse repealer into that bill to keep it alive, to give us time to discuss and get past this deadline. I believe this comes to us, I've been told this comes to us as an IHL request, but I have not been able to yet confirm that.
Questions on the strike all? I don't see any. In favor of the strike, I'll indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2839. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 115 yeas and 5 nays, the bill. Next item.
Item 12, Senate Bill 2843, would call that bill up.
You recognize.
This bill is, we did have a similar version of this bill in the House. This extends, the Senate version would phase out the June 25th early deadline for collecting or anticipating the next month's sales tax numbers. And so this would phase it out over a period of years. As you recall, the House version eliminated it in this year. And so we have returned to the House version. There's a strike all that holds the House position and inserts a reverse repealer into this bill.
Questions on the strike all? I don't see any. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Any questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2843. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 116 yeas and 1 nay, the bill passes. Next item.
Item 13, Senate Bill 2850, call that bill up.
You recognize.
This bill comes to us, it's regarding titles for vehicles. This would allow an application without the normal typical documents for a vehicle that's at least 30 years old or older, and that would be done on an oath of ownership, allow them to get a title for that vehicle on those old vehicles. That's an explanation. There's a strike all that inserts a reverse repealer on this bill because we did not have a House bill, and I have not heard from anyone as to why we need this, but the Senate sent it to us, and I think it's worthy of having a conversation with the chairman when we get a chance to do that. That's an explanation.
Questions on the strike all? I don't see any. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2850. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 116 yeas and 2 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
The next item we will take up, we'll skip 14 and call up item 15, Senate Bill 2872.
You recognize.
Senate Bill 2872, we have a strike all with a reverse repealer in this bill as well. There is as I recall, a conversation previously this session, a plot of land that had previously been given or designated as a qualified resort area in Rankin County that required an election to be held. This bill, as I have been told, There are no electors in that area, but we still need to verify that, and so that's why the reverse repealer is in there, because this bill would remove that election requirement for that area. That's an explanation.
Questions? I don't see any. If you favor the strike, all indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Any questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2872. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 104 yeas and 12 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Item 16, Senate Bill 2874. Call that bill up.
You recognize.
This is the Senate's version of our residential contractors bill. You'll recall earlier this session, the House passed a bill that would bring some additional requirements to the residential construction to make it similar to the way commercial contractors do their business, to help us with some of the unfair competition we have from out of state. What the Senate has done here is very different from what the House position was, and so this bill looks like it's headed for conference. We need to have time to go through our differences. This bill actually requires, the Senate version requires a residential permit to be obtained and leaves the tax at the existing 7% instead of changing the tax the way the House version did. So that's an explanation of the Senate bill, and again, it does have a reverse repealer in it.
Questions on the strike all? I don't see any. If you favor the strike, all indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
No, sir.
I don't see any questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2874. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 101 yeas, 17 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
At this time, Mr. Speaker, we will return to item 14, Senate Bill 2868, and call that bill up.
You're recognized.
This bill is a qualified resort area bill. It has a reverse repealer in it in the strike all. This pertains to three areas. There's an area in Pascagoula that has requested it, an area at Gulf Coast Community College, as well as an area in Senatobia that would make amendments to the qualified resort area and/or the distance requirement. This is very similar to a bill that we passed in the House earlier this session, but I do have an additional amendment, Mr. Speaker, because there was an error on a property description that should have been allowed in the Pascagoula property, and so I have an amendment at the appropriate time.
Okay, you recognized for your amendment. Care to explain?
Yeah, this amendment just corrects the legal description on the Pascagoula property. It adds some property that was erroneously left out.
Questions? I don't see any. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Anything further on the strike call?
No, sir.
Questions on the strike call? I don't see any. If you favor the strike call, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill? Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question recurs on Senate Bill 2868. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 112 yeas and 5 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's all the fun we're going to have today. We'll save the rest of the fun for tomorrow.
All right. We will now return to the general calendar, ladies and gentlemen. We've worked our way down to page 8 at the very bottom, item number 42, banking.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to item number 42, Senate Bill 2204. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended, bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like for you to recognize the senior gentleman from Lee to explain the next two bills.
Senior gentleman. That's right, he is, isn't he?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 2204. This bill, it adds information to the Limited Liability Company Act to require an email address of any registered agents be included in their documentation. And that's by explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Hold the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2204. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted?
Let me call it up.
Opposed machine, Madam Clerk. We vote 119 yeas and 3 nays. The bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up Senate Bill 2626 and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. Senate Bill 2626, this bill allows for corporations to be able to hold their shareholder meetings virtually. This during the pandemic, a lot of companies have realized that they don't have the ability to do this, but would like to. So in order to do this, it has to be a vote of the shareholders to allow virtual meetings. And once they have that vote, then they would be allowed to do that. And this just puts this into a statute. And that's by explanation of the bill. Any questions?
Questions? Gentleman Tallahatchie, Mr. Rosebud.
What does gentleman yell?
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, is this not a part of the normal corporation's bylaws or something to that standard, how it's structured?
No, it's not currently, but this will allow it to be. So in order, they will have to pass a resolution through their board, through their shareholders to put that into their bylaws to be able to do it. But there was nothing in state statute that allowed them to do that. So now this would do that.
Thank you, gentlemen.
You're welcome.
I was just curious because
Move final passage.
I don't see any further questions. Open machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2626. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted.
Thank you, Shane.
Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 120 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. We had taken up item 44 earlier in the day, and that brings us now to item 45, public utilities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 45, call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had a strike all. I want to move to table the strike all at this time.
Motion is to table the strike all. Those opposed have 5 minutes. Any opposed? I don't see any. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Strike all is tabled. Back on the original bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, we're just back on the original bill. This is just the extension of the repealer on the Mississippi Telephone Solicitation Act. These are fees that are collected for telemarketing fines just to require them to be deposited into the general fund. It extends the repealer to 2025, and that's what the bill does, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2018. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 118, 17 yeas and 4 nays, the bill passes. Next item, transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 46, Senate Bill 2481. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Senate Memorial Highways Bill. I think we have an amendment. Thank you. I'd like to explain the First Amendment. The Senate Memorial Highway Bill has got a couple of things that are very important to members of our body as well. And so we wanted to get those added so that we could turn this thing loose. So the amendment adds a portion of Highway 489 in Newton County for the Jason Boyd Memorial Highway, portion of Highway 82 in LaFleur County as the Deputy Melvin P. Buster Brown Jr. Memorial Highway. That's an explanation of the amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Think further on the bill.
Thanks, sir. Have a second amendment.
Oh, you got a second amendment. You recognize.
For expediency purposes, the gentleman from Green has requested that we make this bill effective upon passage. So that is the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
All right, move adoption of the bill.
Any questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2481. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 118 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to item 47, Senate Bill 2478. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is our Motor Carrier Safety Improvements Act. This would allow companies to put safety equipment on contract trucks and not have to deal with the co-employment issues that could go along with that. And the companion bill down here in the House was House Bill 341. The vote was 119 to nothing. Move adoption if there are no questions.
Any questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2478. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 121 yeas and 1 nay, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 48, Senate Bill 2483. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may remember that this is a request from a particular industry to make sure that electric bicycles are classified as bicycles and not motorcycles. The companion bill in the House was House Bill 1195, passed 112 to 5. That's an explanation of the bill.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2483. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 121 yeas and 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
2598. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 49, Senate Bill 2598. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Have an amendment?
You're recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bill will remove the residency requirement for spouses of military personnel for the purposes of getting a concealed carry permit. We're going to add the language "or reserves," which would include our National Guard, and that is an explanation of the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a combination of two House bills, House Bill 550, which passed 116 to nothing, and House Bill 319, which also passed 116 to nothing. As I said, it removes a residency requirement for concealed carry permits for military families. It does away with the intermediate driver's license and requires that the Commissioner of DPS be served, as well as the Attorney General, upon forfeiture, suspension, or denial of a driver's license. That's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2598. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 120 yeas, 0 nays. The bill passes.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to item 50, Senate Bill 2785. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Chairman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Chairman recognized.
Simply removes testing requirements for spouse and children military personnel that have an active driver's license from another state. The companion bill in the House was 1036. The vote was 119 to nothing. That's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2785. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 120 yeas, 0 nays. The bill passes. Next item.
Item 51, Senate Bill 2788. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Chairman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
This bill came up as a result of something that happened here in Jackson last fall, where the interstate was shut down and for some drag racing and some showing out. This would allow our Mississippi Highway Patrol to utilize their radar on interstates within city limits. That's an explanation of the bill. I believe there may be an amendment.
I'm sorry, gentlemen, do you have an amendment? Okay, Jim from Jefferson has an amendment. We need a copy of your amendment, gentlemen. You're recognized to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Explanation for the amendment is this amendment, it allows small municipalities to use radar detectors with the population threshold of under 2,000. I think this is a good amendment for public safety.
I'm sorry.
There are a lot of, in my district, we have small towns, small municipalities. There have been a lot of fatalities in these small municipalities, especially where there are state highways running straight through the municipalities. But we cannot speed detect these municipalities because of the population threshold. Now, I believe this is a bill is necessary for safety of the citizens of these small towns. That's an explanation of the amendment.
You yield for a question.
I yield for questions.
Jim from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, yield.
I yield.
Do you have any data to show that this particular amendment is needed in small municipalities?
Well, I don't have exact data, but I can assure you that being a citizen of a small municipality, that we have many car accidents and we've had some fatalities that could have been avoided had the law enforcement officers had the ability to use the radar guns.
How will this body know that this is not a revenue generator for small municipalities?
Small municipalities don't generate much revenue. I represent small municipalities, And quite often, we pass ordinances, and when they are enforced, the revenue may pick up for 2 months, maybe 3 months, and after the law enforcement does their job, we tend not to have those problems anymore. So I suspect that if this amendment is allowed to pass, we won't have people speeding through small towns. Basically, we just drive too fast.
So how will you ensure that somebody like a person with a Barney Fife mentality won't be picking on individuals that's rolling through these communities just to generate, some money? You know, Barney Fife is relevant in these small communities. Would you agree?
I think you have Barney Fife police officers in large cities as well.
But they're not as magnified as would be in a small municipality. Would you agree?
I disagree with you, gentlemen.
So why would you disagree about Barney Fife being in these small municipalities?
Well, I don't know who Barney Fife is personally. I just know he knocked out some light bulbs and he lost a lot of keys to the jail cell now. But as far as Barney Fife's mentality, I really don't know the clear definition of that, gentlemen.
All right, so gentlemen, on a different note,
okay,
who's going to purchase these radar guns for these small municipalities since they're having issues with revenue already?
Well, the municipalities will have the options. If they can afford them, they can get their radar guns through the Mississippi Department of Public Safety.
So can you tell me what the general cost for a speeding ticket is in a small municipality?
About $198. I was the county prosecutor most of the time. The speeding ticket was probably about $198 to $275. That's a speeding ticket.
So on a good month, you stop 200-300 people, you increase your revenue in a small municipality by a great deal. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, but if we stop about 10 people, everybody else is gonna stop speeding.
So you're saying that this would be a deterrent from committing crime?
It will, definitely.
All right, thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Newton, Mr. Rushing. You got 30 seconds, gentlemen.
Gentlemen, will you yield?
I will.
Are you representing to me that there are people who actually speed in our small towns just like they do in our large towns?
Yes.
So, gentlemen, you're telling me that people could actually get killed in small towns by speeders just like they can in large towns?
I've been to a couple of funerals myself.
Gentlemen, would you believe me if in my small town, when we got radar, our traffic accidents dropped 50%? Would you believe if I represented that?
I believe so, most definitely.
Good amendment, gentlemen.
Thank you.
All right, we'll recognize the chairman to respond.
Thank you. The gentleman was kind enough to bring his amendment to me. The 2,000 person threshold does seem rather arbitrary to me. I will not speak against the amendment. I'll leave it to the will of the House.
Recognize the author to close if he wishes.
I close.
You close. All right. Very good. Question now recurs on Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it. The noes have it. Insufficient number.
Move to adopt the bill.
All right. Any further questions on the bill? Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Yes.
I have a technical question. I'm sure it's already answered. Do we have to get the consent of the municipalities, such as the capital city here, in terms of allowing the highway patrol to stop vehicles within the city limits? Wouldn't that be some kind of jurisdiction override?
Not if this passes.
Well, I mean, have you got consent from the municipalities?
I just said, not if this passes.
I'm not saying that, Mr. Chairman. I'm saying, have you already got consent from the municipalities?
No, sir, I did not.
Thank you.
All right. I don't see any further questions. Open the machine. Madam Clerk, question occurs on Senate Bill 2788. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 116 yeas and 3 nays, the bill passes. Yes, sir. Chairman has an introduction he wishes to make.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to help me welcome a few folks from the grand place of the city of Pascagoula. Dr. Hal Moore, Katarina Lukatic, and Michael Silverman, the city manager from down there. Y'all please make them welcome. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 52, Senate Bill 2825. Call it, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman,
Move adoption, strike all.
you're recognized to explain the strike call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Senate's transportation bill. It really does three major things, or did three major things. The first thing it does is it moves MDOT law enforcement personnel from DOT to DPS. That's number one. Number two, it raises the weight limit on harvest permits from 84,000 pounds to 88,000 pounds. The third thing it did was it redirected the $80 million in lottery money that we committed to DOT to the Emergency Road and Bridge Program. In committee, we removed that portion of the bill. So now the bill that stands before you does two things: moves DOT law enforcement to DPS, and it raises the harvest permit weight limit to 88,000 pounds. It has a reverse repealer in it. I am still working on data to determine where I stand on primarily the weight limit part of this. So if you will allow me to continue to study this, I will bring back a conference report to you and explain it to you in great detail so that you can make an informed decision. Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of the bill.
Gentleman from Tallahatchie has a question.
Gentlemen, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your work. Gentlemen, would you consider in conference or otherwise adding a provision so we could catch a substantial portion of infrastructure money if in the event that an infrastructure reconciliation bill passes this year for highways?
Absolutely. If this is the right catcher's mitt for that, then I absolutely will. I need to confer with the chairman of appropriations to see if this would be the right catcher's mitt for that. But whatever we need to do to be ready to take that money on, I'd love to do that. Yes, sir.
And gentlemen, you're aware that we could receive up to $1 billion that could be utilized for highways in the state.
That is my understanding, yes, sir.
I don't see any further questions. If you favor the strike, all indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
No, sir. Move adoption.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2825. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 95 yeas, 19 nays, bill passes. Takes us down to item 53, municipalities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 53, Senate Bill 2605. Pull it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Harrison to handle the bill.
Gentleman from Harrison, recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker. This bill is the Senate Bill 2605. It's the golf cart and low-speed bill. Now, the gentleman, our gentleman from Jackson County, our local and private chairman, he might get all excited about that because these bills get passed. We won't have these bills coming every year. So I know he can calm down back there, but hopefully we've passed one, but this is a Senate bill. And basically it's the same information, basically the minimum requirements that's required that all the time, and then the cities can set up their own systems for as long as they meet these minimum requirements. That's explanation.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Would this allow I couldn't quite hear, I'm sorry. Would this allow local municipalities to make the decision for like side-by-sides and golf carts and all that, to permit them?
Yeah, the locals make the decision, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurred on Senate Bill 2605. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 117 yeas and 1 nay, the bill passes. Next item, public property.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'd like to go to item 54, Senate Bill 2075, and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
The gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Newman, will explain the bill.
Gentleman from Rankin, recognized, present the bill.
Senate Bill 2075 is, just renames the Natchez State Park to the Bob M. Deering Natchez State Park in honor of the late senator who served in the Senate for 36 years. That's my explanation.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2075. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 114 yeas and 4 nays. The bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're going to pass on Senate Bill 2081 because the Senate took up our bill, and so we don't need it, and we'll go to number 56, Senate Bill 2651, and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
The gentleman from Lafayette, Representative Williamson, will explain the bill.
Gentleman from Lafayette.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Senate Bill number 2651 regarding surplus property. It's the same as our House Bill 213 that passed with 118 yeas and 0 nays. And it is, it's been requested by the DOR, and it just affects the surplus property and the transition of that property to some of our cities and municipalities. The only change from the House bill is the effective date. The Senate bill has a July 1 effective date. Ours was upon passage.
Question? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2651. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 117 yeas and 3 nays, the bill passes. Next item, County Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 57, Senate Bill 2189. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill will allow counties and municipalities to reduce their risk pool by allowing those who qualify for Medicare to take Medicare coverage, and the county will be unable to pay for the supplement. So these individuals would, the effect would be to lower the cost for insurance for counties, to give the seniors a better quality insurance at the end of the day. So that's the explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker. I move, if there are no questions, move final adoption.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2189. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 114 yeas and 5 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take up Senate Bill 2373, please.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Now, we had an amendment. Is it still pending? So we're good to go? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Senate Bill 2373 is motor fuel sales. It will provide immunity for damages caused by the use of incompatible fuel if you pump it yourself. In other words, if you go to a gas station, you pump the wrong fuel into your vehicle, and there's too much ethanol in it and it blows your engine, it's on you and not the retailer. It's as simple as that.
Questions? I don't see any.
We did have one amendment I'd like to explain real quick, Mr. Speaker. We're going to amend on line 12 after the comma, deleting the word including and inserting in lieu of the following and the retailer includes. This gives a little cleanup language, that's all.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
No, sir.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2373. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 92 yeas and 22 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Item 59, Senate Bill 2648.
Chairman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Senate version. This is the Senate version of the carbon dioxide sequestration bill. Does the same thing that our bill does. It passed 114 to 2. I'll entertain any questions.
Any questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2648. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 110 yeas and 2 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Item number 60, Senate Bill 2649.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
I'd like to adopt the strikeout, please.
You're recognized to
I'm
explain
going
it.
to allow the gentleman from Hines to explain the bill.
Gentleman from Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this strike-all is basically allowing bids to be easily attained through the process, and we're also extending the repealer, and that explains the strike-all.
Questions on the strike-off? I don't see any. If you favor the strike-all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
Final passage.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2649. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 116 yeas and 3 nays, bill passes. Next item is wildlife.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 61, Senate Bill 2035. Call the bill up, make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
I believe we have a strike-all, Mr. Speaker.
You recognize, present the strike-all.
A strike-all simply adds a reverse repealer. This bill has got some issues. We're just trying to move it through the process as we work those issues out.
Questions? Gentleman from the shoulder, Mr. Bounds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, so I know the air bows and air guns, and I've seen them and they're great. They don't draw down Pittman Robertson funds, do they, for wildlife conservation, or do they?
It has been made aware that I don't think that they do, and I think that's part of the problem with this.
I would say the part of the bill where you're talking about the open season for CWD testing and stuff, I think is very good. But as y'all go into conference, we really need to look at that airbow and air gun and not the drawdown of those funds for Pittman Robertson, because that's very important, as you know, to conservation. So if y'all will keep that in mind.
It's a big deal. Thank you, sir.
Gentleman from Choctaw, Mr. Hood.
Does the gentleman yield?
Absolutely, gentlemen.
Does this allow air bows for all individuals or just individuals that are disabled?
Under the current bill, I believe it's all individuals.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see any further questions. If you favor the strike, all indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Any questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2035. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 113 yeas, 7 nays, the bill passes. Next item, public utilities. Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, passes. Next item, municipalities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up Senate Bill 2261, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have a strike all for this bill.
You're recognized to present the strike call.
The strike all, ladies and gentlemen of the House, is the House bill version, House Bill 320, and we just took our verbiage and placed in the Senate bill. The only difference in the two, as far as the specifics are, is the House bill allowed for the municipality or the county to draw down principal, or when they draw down the money, when they requested money from Secretary of State's office, the Secretary of State's office is allowed to draw from the interest or the principal of that trust fund over that particular perpetual care cemetery. The Senate bill only allowed for the municipality or the county under the Secretary of State's office to draw from the interest. And that's the explanation of the strike all.
Questions? Gentleman from Neshoba, Mr. Bounds. Gentleman from Montgomery, Mr. Oliver.
Gentlemen, yield.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, would you say the failure to pass this piece of legislation could have grave consequences?
It would have grave consequences.
Thank you, gentlemen.
All right, I don't see any further questions. If you favor the strike, all indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Any questions on the bill?
Move final passage.
I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2261. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 119 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up item 64, Senate Bill 2149, and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Lamar to handle the next three items.
Gentleman from Lamar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 2149 would allow the Department of Education to use district's average daily attendance numbers from the 2019-2020 school year for the purpose of calculating their MAP allocation for the next school year. This is just designed to hold districts harmless for any changes in attendance due to COVID as a result of the pandemic and everything we've been going through. So that's a brief explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2149. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam.
Just as they would normally. And that is a brief explanation of the bill. This does also include a reverse repealer. That was part of the strike all as well.
Questions on the strike all? I don't see any. If you favor the strike, all indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Any questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2267. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 120 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
I'd like to call up Senate Bill 2264 and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
And I move for adoption of the strike all.
You're recognized to present the strike all.
So the strike all amendment simply inserts the language from House Bill 1123, which was the House's version of the Early Learning Collaborative Act bill. Just a brief overview of that. Makes some technical changes to the requirements of the program and also puts into statute the changes to the way that the funding was distributed that we did last year through a direct appropriation. So That's a brief explanation. It does also include a reverse repealer.
Gentleman from Tallahatchie for a question.
I believe there are 14 districts currently under this provision. Is that correct?
Say that again?
There are about, how many districts are under the Early Learning Collaborative? Is about 14?
Somewhere around that, yeah.
And this would not have the effect of, I think a lot of people have suggested this could be a model for early childhood education throughout the state when we can do that. Would this further implementation of other early childhood collaboratives, or how would it wouldn't restrict the collaboratives that we have, would it?
No, sir. So this bill doesn't actually address the size of the collaborative program as far as expanding the number of collaboratives. It does seek to address the issue of there not being enough funding per pupil at the existing collaborative. So again, this was a change we made last year through a line item appropriation. This simply puts that change into statute. But it doesn't address the size of the program in general as far as the number of students that are going to be served or the number of collaboratives that are going to exist.
And it doesn't do anything to make the use of the program more difficult or restrict funds from the...
No, sir. So it addresses some of the concerns that Pierre brought towards to us to make some changes to make the program easier to get nationally accredited, things like that.
All right, I don't see any further questions. If you favor the strike, all indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Any questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2664. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 115 yeas and 7 nays, bill passes. Next item, Medicaid. Passes. Next item, Medicaid. Passes. Next item, Military Affairs. You want to take your bill up or not, gentlemen? All right, next item, County Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 70, Senate Bill 2630. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman recognized.
Senate Bill 2630 expands the use of monies collected for the county law library and allows such funds to be used for technological purposes related to the law library, including but not limited to computers, hardware, software, internet, online subscription services, legal research tools, and electronic records. If there be no questions, I move final passage.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2630. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 121 yeas and 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item,
Thank you,
County
Mr. Speaker.
Affairs.
Senate Bill 2373. Wait, no. Sorry, I'm on the wrong page.
Next was 2643.
Let me go back. Senate Bill 2795. That's still wrong.
That ain't yours, gentlemen.
I just need to start over.
Item number 71.
2643.
2643. You want to take that one up?
Call it up. Make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. Please recognize the gentleman from Smith to explain the bill.
Gentleman from Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 2643 amends the statute to allow the constable to serve tax notices. This is not a mandate. It has to be approved by the Board of Supervisors for each county, so it's up to the Board of Supervisors. It also increases or brings in line the fee for service of process to $45, which will be assessed to the taxpayer. That's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any.
Move final
On
passage.
the machine, Madam Clerk, question occurred on Senate Bill 2643. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk, by vote 104 yeas and 12 nays, the bill passes. Next item, correction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Call up item 722795 with the usual motions. Have a strike all to adopt it.
Calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. You recognize for strike off.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What the strike all was our House version, which is House Bill 525 that has code sections in it, correction code sections, pretrial diversion, and forfeiture. No new language with a reverse repealer. That's the explanation, Mr.
Questions on the strike all? I don't see any. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Questions on the bill?
I'm not doing it last.
I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2795. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 105 yeas, 7 nays, the bill passes. Next item. Judge B.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up item 73, Senate Bill number 2279, and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to be recognized for an amendment.
You're recognized.
The amendment is simply just putting in a reverse repealer.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, would you recognize the gentleman from Harrison to handle the bill?
Gentleman from Harrison.
Thank you. This bill is being referred to as the Lieutenant Troy Morris Law, and it is to criminalize absconding from parole or probation, and it will be punished by imprisonment not exceeding 5 years. That's my explanation. I yield for questions.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2279. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 102 yeas and 10 nays, the bill passes. Local and private.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 1, House Bill 1437, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1437 would allow the town of Byhalia to, they have a gas system, they also have a water and sewer system. The receipts of those two systems are kept in separate funds for various reasons for those particular systems, infrastructure improvements for that. What they're asking for here is to allow them, they've had an excess amount of money has accumulated in the gas system fund, and they need to make some infrastructure improvements on the water and sewer side. So what they're asking to do is be able to transfer $600,000 from their gas system reserve fund to the water and sewer gas fund and use that money to do these upgrades and repairs. And that's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill?
Move
I don't
final
see
passage.
any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1437. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas and 1 nay, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 2, call up House Bill 1453. Make the usual motion.
Chairman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. You recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1453 is for the city of Booneville. This is just an extension of their repeal date for their city's hotel and motel and a food and beverage tax. It's a 4-year extension on the repealer. And that's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman at Wamba, Mr. Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, you yield?
Yes.
Is there going to be any kind of referendum on this?
No. No, they had a referendum 4 years ago.
Okay, but extending it's just not going to be a referendum. Extending it, there's not going to be a referendum.
Right.
Thank you.
Don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1453. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed to vote nay. Has everyone voted? And close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote of 99 yeas and 12 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1465 is for the town of Mize, and this would be a new tax of 2% on restaurants to promote tourism, parks, and recreation. There would have to be a vote, an election on this. It would have to be passed by 60% before it could take effect. And the revenue would have to be kept separate and accounted for separately, audited every year. And it has a 4-year repealer, and that's an explanation of the bill.
Good explanation, gentlemen. We need to call it up first.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Any questions on the bill?
Any questions?
I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1465. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 104 yeas, 7 nays, bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 4, call up House Bill 1466. Make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is for the city of Oxford. A couple of years ago, maybe a year ago, I lose track of time here, but we made some changes in the way, they have a trust fund up there that's the city and the county, and the way those funds are invested was limited to the way it was spelled out in the original request, which was a number of years ago, back in 2011. And so we made some changes a couple of years ago to make that so that they had some further latitude. And one of the things that was left out was a code section. And so what we're doing here is correcting that situation. All we're doing is adding the code section to the bill, to the original bill, without any changes in the bill itself. And that's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1466. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 117 yeas and 3 nays, the bill passes. That brings us back to the top of the calendar. Concurrence or non-concurrence? Passes. Motion to reconsider rules. Rules wish to take anything up today? Apparently not. Lady from Amit had a couple of items on the general calendar. Are you in or are you out, gentlemen? I'm sorry, I can't understand you.
I'm out. Let's do it tomorrow.
You're out. Okay.
It's got too hard.
You walked all the way down here to just tell me you were out? Okay. Lady from Amit had a couple items she wishes to go back and take up. Jump to Shamingo, Mr. Carpenter, what, you have an item open? Lady from Amit.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 7, Senate Bill 2087. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Lady calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Ladies recognized.
Mr. Speaker, please recognize the gentleman from Tallahatchie to present the bill.
Gentleman from Tallahatchie.
Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, we have a strike all amendment that I'd like to explain.
You're right.
Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, what this bill would do is involving the disinterment of dead bodies, it says dead human remains, which human remains are dead, but that's the way that it works. There are some provisions of this bill, and the first one would be that any person or entity, and a lot of these are little country churches and other things, that owns any cemetery in which human dead are buried can have their loved ones disinterred and re-enter at another location within the cemetery or deliver to a carrier for transport otherwise. Sometimes they do wish this to be done. This bill would allow that to be done upon the next of kin permission. Now, the next of kin are named in descending order in lines 28 through 32 of the bill, starting with the spouse, then going to the children, parents, and siblings. Now, if you want that done, then you would pay for it. The individual that desired to have the remains removed. The next provision would be that there could be a disinterment, and there's a provision that the Chancery Court could authorize it under circumstances that would be proper, and there would be notice given to those affected by it, and the court would determine the cost to be paid and otherwise. That is a court proceeding, but we're giving the next of kin a non-court proceeding if they so desire. The fourth provision of the bill would be if there has been a mistake, then in the place where the person was buried in the cemetery, then the cemetery owner, at his own expense, can disinter the individual and move them to the place where they should have been. Now, if that happens, then under the House version, not under the Senate version, but under the House version, the person or entity would get a 30-day advanced notice that a suit was going to be filed in Chancery Court seeking permission to have the remains placed in the place in the cemetery where they were supposed to have been placed in the beginning. Let's say they were buried next to Uncle Jim and they should have been buried next to Aunt Susie. And so that would take care of that, and then the autopsy provision would be brought in line with that provision as well. Mr. Speaker, that is a brief explanation of the
Are you sure?
Of the strike all. Now move passage.
Brief explanation. All right. Questions? Looks like a dead issue. Open the machine, question occurs on the strike all. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Any questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2087. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote of 116 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 9, Senate Bill number 2621. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Lady calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Ladies recognized.
Mr. Speaker, will you please recognize the gentleman from Tallahatchie to present the bill?
Gentleman from Tallahatchie, once again.
Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, what this, the strike all, and I would explain that, would do would be to establish a task force to study Mississippi's laws regarding the awarding and calculating of child support, alimony, and other related matters in domestic law, and make a recommendation to the legislature and the Supreme Court about revising those laws. We have not had major revisions in quite a while, and the law has moved on. Now, what the task force, and this has been a satisfactory procedure in other circumstances, the task force would consist of the chairman of both Judiciary A committees, a designee of the Mississippi Supreme Court, 2 sitting chancellors named by the Chief Justice, 2 practicing attorneys with experience in domestic relations, and then an attorney who had experience in domestic relations with a small firm of 5 or fewer attorneys, 2 practicing guardians ad litem, a retired attorney, a designee of the Child Support Unit of the Department of Human Services, and then professors of law one from the University of Mississippi and one from the Mississippi College School of Law with expertise in domestic law. They would be charged with making a report within 45 days of the effective date of this act upon the call of the governor. And there are certain provisions they would be looking at, such as the child support amount formula, child care expenses, divorce law trends, and then the guardian ad litem, how that is which is used for children, protection of children, and how that will be paid for, and related issues. Mr. Speaker, that is a summation of the strike all, and we would move its adoption.
Questions? Gentleman from Alcorn, Mr. Bain.
Gentleman yield?
Yes.
Can you repeat all that?
Yes, gentlemen. Would you like me to read it word for word?
All right, I don't see any questions. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2621. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 119 yeas and 2 nays, the bill passes. Chairman of Military Affairs has an item he wants to take up. I would remind the chairman who have bills remaining on the calendar, if you wish to have them read the 3rd time today is the day. So to look at the calendar for those bills that remain, and if you wish to have any read the 3rd time, let us know. Chairman Drakenine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go back to item 69, Senate Bill 2293. Call that bill up. Make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, bill considered in gross read the 3rd time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman Drakenine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the same bill we passed 120 to nothing in the House version. The Senate did not take our bill up, so I need you to help me on this one. What this bill does is if someone is a veteran trying to file a claim, or a dependent or a widow trying to file a claim, there's agencies outside the Veterans Administration that do that for people, but they charge a fee. And all we're asking in this bill is those agencies that do that, or 501c3s that do it for veterans, they have to have on their form that this service is provided for free by the Veterans Administration. They can still go ahead and be hired to do the job, but they have to let the veteran know that that service is provided for free by the state. And that's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Choctaw, Mr. Hood.
Gentleman Yield?
Yes.
You mean the Senate didn't take up a bill that would help our veterans?
That's what I was told.
So our bill died on that side. They didn't want to help our veterans.
That's right. So I need you to support this one so we can send it on to the governor.
Thank you, gentlemen.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2293. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 121 yeas and 1 nay, the bill passes. Any chairman have another item they wish to take up today? All right, I don't see any. Ladies and gentlemen, let me commend you on your hard work today. I think we set a record. I don't know in the history of the legislature that any legislative body has covered this much ground in a day. So I commend you and congratulate you on showing people how it can be done. So way to go. Announcements, Mr. Clerk. Announcements, Madam Clerk.
Local and private full committee will meet 5 minutes after adjournment in room 103.
Announcements by the members. Jump from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hold Senate Bill 2804 on a motion to reconsider, please.
Okay, we'll do that. Jump from Lee, Mr. Walker.
Mr. Speaker, on item 52 in the general calendar, Senate Bill 2825, I request unanimous consent to change my vote from nay to yea.
Any objection? Change the gentleman's vote. Gentleman from Jackson, Mr. Busby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hold a few bills on motion.
Okay.
Item 47, Senate Bill 2478. Item 48, Senate Bill 2483. Item 49, Senate Bill 2598. Item 50, Senate Bill 2785. And item 51, Senate Bill 2788.
Okay, we'll do that. Jump from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to change my vote, please, with the consent of the body. I'd like to change under the general calendar, Senate Bill number 2788, my vote from nay to yes.
Any objection? Change your vote. Jump from Covington, Mr. Stanford.
Adjourn in memory.
Yes, sir. Excuse me, gentlemen. Give the gentleman your attention, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When we adjourn today, I would move that we do so in memory of Mr. Denson Lott. He was state representative from Covington County in 1951. 70 years ago, he passed yesterday morning at the age of 95.
Thank you, sir. We will do that. Jump from Pike, Mr. Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Adjourn in memory.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to ask that we adjourn in memory today of Ms. Emma Mangum and Mr. Sonny Dillon.
We will do that. Lady from Pearl River, Ms. Wilkes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to hold Senate Bill 2795 on a motion and Senate Bill 2035.
Hey, we will do that. Incidentally, ladies and gentlemen, seeing the lady from Pearl River reminds me I am informed that the point of order she raised earlier today is well taken. So that particular bill, whichever one it was, is dead. There you go. Jump from Lee, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Senate Bill 2437, can you vote me as yea, please?
Can we what now?
Vote me as yes on 2437, Senate Bill 2437.
Did you vote?
I did vote.
Well, you got a little form to fill out over here, gentlemen, that you have to come and do.
Okay.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Crudup.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask for unanimous consent to change my vote from on 2804, Senate Bill 2804 from yes to present.
Any objection? Change the gentleman's vote. Gentleman from the floor, Mr. Osborne. Gentleman from Bolivar, Mr. Hudson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unanimous consent to change my vote for 2279 from myself and also my desk mates, please. 2279.
Change it how you want to do that, gentlemen.
To nay.
Okay. Any objection? Change the gentleman's vote. Lady from Hines, Ms. Yates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just an announcement to the body that this will be the last week that I'm collecting money for the Make-A-Wish Fund so that this body can hopefully grant the wish of one Mississippi child through that program. If you've not yet given me a check, please do so by the end of the week. I will be having a resolution drawn up and would like for it to be everyone if possible.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask for unanimous consent to change my vote on item number 73, Senate Bill 2279 from yea to nay.
Any objection? Change the lady's vote. All right, I do not see any further announcements. Recognize the gentleman from Activity Hall with a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move this House down adjourned until 1 o'clock? 10 o'clock.
Who are you listening to back there? Be careful, gentlemen. They'll give you bad advice. Motion is adjourned till 10 a.m. tomorrow. Heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. House adjourned till 10 a.m. tomorrow.